Okay. Guys, please join karo. So I can see only 6 people. Okay, so what were we doing last week? I think we were doing probability, right? We were doing probability. घर पे जाके किसी ने पढ़ा क्वेश्चंस देखे? Any doubt? जो एग्जांपल्स हमने दिए थे? No. So this no is for study नहीं किया है या डाउट नहीं है? डाउट नहीं है. अच्छा. वैसे you know there are 2 reasons डाउट ना आने के. एक तो ये है कि क्लियर हो जाता है. दूसरा ये है कि घर में पढ़ा ना हो. ठीक है. But I am assuming कि क्लियर है. ठीक है. ये मैथमेटिक्स एक चीज करने के 10 तरीके हो सकते हैं. ठीक है. Only thing is all of them should be correct. Okay, so I think I was about to discuss conditional probability. Am I right? Yeah, sure. And as far as I remember, but first of all, let me check. Sif 11 participants क्यों हैं? बाकी लोग क्या हैं? Let me drop one message to Karsha. ओके ठीक है, चलो लेट्स गेट स्टार्टेड। स्टार्ट करें या थोड़ा वेट करें? हाउ इज इट? अमोल, भूपेश, जो लोग ऑनलाइन में हैं, दोज हु आर आई कैन सी इन ऑनलाइन, दे आर हैव जॉइंड फ्रॉम द क्लास। सो नॉर्मली 20 पार्टिसिपेंट्स होने चाहिए थे, अभी सिर्फ 12 दिख रहे हैं मेरे को। ओके ओके, लेट्स वेट फॉर 5 मिनट्स।
हेलो, अरे तेरा मेल आईडी मेरे को ये कर, मैं फॉरवर्ड करता हूँ।
ओके चलो, कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी। So basically, I have discussed the concept. Conditional probability is defined as P A by B. So where A and B are two events or two different events. A and B are two different events. And this, what does this indicate? This indicates probability of occurrence of event A when B has already occurred. When B has already occurred. Okay. So what is the formula of P A by B? Is P A intersection B upon PB. And this formula is also PB by A into PA upon PB. ठीक है, ये फॉर्मूले प्लीज याद रखना है सबको, ठीक है। Later on this formula would be used in NB also, naive Bayes. So basically conditional probability is also known as your Bayes theorem or Bayesian theorem. Let's try taking one example. So example, let me get it from net. So let me create one example. I'll take an example from a finance field. So 120 are late on payments. Okay. So let me read the question. In a portfolio समझते हो ना? Portfolio means collection of, so for example, if you have a portfolio of stocks, so you would be having multiple stocks. And what is mortgage? Mortgage is nothing but a loan. You are giving a loan. So instead of mortgage, you can say loan. So subprime and prime. So what does subprime mean? Subprime means the loans which are of risky category. ठीक है, तुमने किसी माल्या को लोन दिया, let's say. ठीक है, in a portfolio there are 600 subprime mortgage and 400 prime mortgage. Prime mortgage means which are less risky. Of the subprime, 120 are late on payment. So when you take a loan, you have to make a payment also. So subprime, out of subprime, 120 are late on payments. Of the prime mortgages, 40 are late on the payments. If you randomly select a mortgage, if you randomly select any one of the mortgage from the portfolio and it is found to be late on the payment, तुमने एक mortgage select किया, वो late था payment में, then you need to tell what is the probability that it is a subprime mortgage. Do you think it is a question of conditional probability? क्या ये conditional probability का question है? If yes, then what is A, what is B? पहले ये सोचो, फॉर्मूला तो बाद में आएगा. सॉल्व तुम्हें ही करना है, मैं सिर्फ हेल्प करूंगा. एंड एट द एंड बस मैं सॉल्व करूंगा. So as of now, don't solve this question. First of all, tell me, is it a question of conditional probability? Yes or no? वैष्णवी, you read it once. थोड़ा जोर से पढ़ो, आवाज मेरे लैपटॉप से होके जानी चाहिए. Yes, thank you. Let me read it once more. In a portfolio, there are 600 subprime and 400 prime. Of the subprime, 120 are late, and on the prime, 40 are late. If you randomly select a mortgage and it is found to be late, then what's the probability that it's a subprime? अब समझ में आ रहा है? Is it a question of conditional probability? Conditional probability है. People agree कर रहे हैं? So before you can apply this formula, so answer would be coming from using the above formula, either of one of them. But what is A and what is B? A क्या है और B क्या है? A is subprime. ये तो तुमने ठीक बताया. Subprime, and then what is B? What is B? यस, बी इज लेट। अगर लेट है तो क्या कंडीशन, क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि वो सब प्राइम है? बिकॉज लेट, व्हेन अ मॉर्गेज इज लेट, इट कैन बी प्राइम आल्सो, इट कैन बी सब प्राइम आल्सो, राइट? अब प्लीज करो, ठीक है? टेक 5 मिनट्स, फॉर्मूलाज वहां पे वापस लिख देता हूँ, वैसे तुम लोग के पास ऑलरेडी है। पी ए इंटरसेक्शन बी अपॉन पी बी एंड पी बी बाई ए इंटू पी ए बाई पी बी। इन दो में से कोई एक फॉर्मूला लगेगा, या शायद दोनों लग जाए, आई डोंट थिंक दोनों लगेंगे। ऐसा तो नहीं लग रहा कहाँ सुबह सैटरडे में ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया है? अच्छा अच्छा दिमाग का यूज होता है। बट अगर तुम फाइनेंस फील्ड में तुम्हारा करियर बना, नहीं, मैं जैसा जैसा बोलूंगा वैसा वैसा उस डायरेक्शन में अपना दिमाग लगाओ। तो व्हाट इज ए ओवर हियर? ए इज सब प्राइम and B is late. So what is PB? PB is probability of being late. So can someone tell me what is the value of PB?
120।
मैंने probability पूछा है। हाँ, तो कितना होगा PB की वैल्यू? 120 by 600। क्यों? PB is probability of being late, right? तो probability of being late क्या होगा? 120 plus 40, so 160 by 1000। टोटल नंबर ऑफ मॉर्गेज तो 1000 है, तो PB की वैल्यू तो आ गई। Am I right? Probability of being late is 160 by 1000। अभी सबको ऐसे ही रखो, डेसिमल्स में मत निकालो, बाद में हो सकता है कट हो जाए नंबर्स। Then what is PA? What is A? A is subprime. What is probability of being subprime? 600। तो probability क्या होगी? 600 by 1000। Perfectly right answer. So probability PA is 600 by 1000। इतना काम तो मैंने कर दिया तुम लोग का। तो इस फॉर्मूले में you have the values of these two। इन दोनों की वैल्यूज आ गई। अब बचता क्या है? The only thing which is left is this portion। Now start thinking ये वैल्यू कहां से आएगी? बस ये वैल्यू निकाल लो फॉर्मूले में। Come on guys, P A by, this is straightforward. P B by A तो straightforward दिया हुआ है क्वेश्चन में. फाइनल आंसर बताओ कितना. हाँ, P A by P B by A की वैल्यू बताओ कितनी होगी. हाँ, कोई बोल रहा था, प्लीज बताओ. 120 by अरे बड़ा सिंपल. ओके, लेट्स टेक इट अप. So what is the formula for conditional probability? P A by B. Okay, so you can say P B A P A by P. Okay. Now what is A? A is nothing but A क्या चीज होगी यहाँ पे? So I am saying if you randomly select a mortgage from a portfolio and it is found to be late. It is found to be late means this event has already occurred. So this will become B. What is the probability that it is a subprime mortgage? So this will become your A. So let's say I need to find, so A is nothing but your late, जिसको L लिख देते हैं, and B is your हाँ sorry, B is your late. B is late and A is your subprime. So this formula would be written as P subprime by late, correct? Is equal to probability of late into probability of subprime into probability of late upon subprime. So how many loans were late? There were 120 plus 40 loans were late. It means this would be 160 by 1000. How many subprime loans were there? Subprime loans were 600. Total loans were 600 plus 400, 1000. So this would be 600 by 1000. And probability that a loan is late when it is a subprime. Loan is late when it is a subprime. It is nothing but 120 by 600. If there are 600 subprime loan, then 120 of them are late. So उसकी probability कितनी हो जाएगी? 120 by 600. बस इसको solve करना है. 600 into 600 by 1000 divided by 160 by 1000. तो ये कट जाएगा. And it would be 120 by 160 into 1000 by 1000. 1000 कट जाएगा. 3 4 the and 4 4 the. So 3 by 4. 3 by 4, or you can say 0.75, or you can say 75% chance. ठीक है. Have a look and let me know if anything is not clear. कोई doubt, कोई question तो.
सर वो प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ लेट बाय सबप्राइम है, उसमें सबप्राइम का सिर्फ लेट देते.
So तुम ये वाली चीज पूछ रहे हो? You are asking probability of PLSP. See, देखो. How many loans are subprime? There are 600 loans which are subprime, and out of 600, 120 were late. ठीक है? So what would be the probability that a subprime loan is late? 120 by 600. ठीक है ना? बस आंसर आ गया. जैसे मैंने बोला था कुछ लोग कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी पढ़ के आना. एक वीक का टाइम भी था, बट सब लोग बहुत बिजी रहे होंगे ना, घर के काम, नौकरी चाकरी. Shall we take one more example?
Yes,
and
sir.
expectation would be that after doing this example, probably people will have some better answer, because ये next example थोड़ा सा ज्यादा twisted है. ठीक है, पहला वाला example तो straight forward था. Okay. Okay, so in a country X, any post that is letter reaches destination is 2 by 3. So in a country X, any post that is letter reaches destination is 2/3. Man sends the letter to wife, and if wife receives the letter, she will definitely reply. Man sends the letter to wife but does not receive the reply. What is the probability that wife received the letter? जिसको वाइफ की जगह गर्लफ्रेंड बॉयफ्रेंड चाहिए उसे आप चेंज कर सकते हो, ठीक है. Read it 2 times, 3 times and tell me, is it a question of conditional probability? And if yes, then what is A then and what is B? पहले तो माइंड में ये लाओ, फॉर्मूला तो बाद में आएगा. Is it a question of conditional probability? If yes, then what are event A and what is event B? Till the time you properly pin down the event A and event B, you cannot apply the formula properly. It is not a question of conditional probability. क्यों? किसने बोला कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी का नहीं? पहले जब आपसे बात कर लें, उसका थॉट तो क्लियर कर लें, देख लें, हो सकता है मेरे ही गलत. हाँ, कौन है वो? हाँ बताओ, क्यों नहीं है? सोचो. इस बार तो मैंने कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स जार्गन यूज नहीं किया है. पोर्टफोलियो, मॉर्गेज, सब प्राइम, प्राइम, सिंपल है, हस्बैंड वाइफ. अच्छा, टेल मी वन थिंग, भूल जाओ कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी एंड एवरीथिंग. So man sends the letter but does not receive the reply. Reply क्यों नहीं आएगा? What could be the condition that he doesn't receive the reply? One thing is wife को letter नहीं मिला. Another thing is wife को letter मिला but wife का letter उसको नहीं मिला. तो दो चीजें हो गई ना, तो conditional probability हो गई ना. So अभी भी अगर समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, then you need to think कि तुम्हारे दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है. See, छोटा और छोटे बच्चों ऐसा समझाता हूं. There are 2 ways or 2 scenarios in which man will not receive the reply. Option 1, wife does not gets the letter. अगर वाइफ को लेटर मिलेगा नहीं तो जवाब देगी नहीं, ठीक है. वाइफ gets the letter and replies, but that letter does not reaches man. आ रहा है समझ में? Now is it a question of conditional probability? करो.
हाँ
What's the answer? Okay, first of all, tell me what would be the two events? A क्या होगा और B क्या होगा? No. पहले इंग्लिश में बताओ what is A?
wife receives the letter.
A is?
Wife receives the letter.
A would be wife received. So let's say wife received को WR कर देते हैं, right? And what is B?
Man does not receive.
So man does not receive MNR. So let's find PWR, wife received, and men not received. So this would be probability of MNR, men not received, into probability of WR, probability of MNR upon WR. बताओ. Let's answer it. Okay. So सबसे easy part कौन सा है इसमें? Wife received. Wife received is 2/3. Will everyone agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Wife receive होने की probability 2/3. And men not received.
1/3.
क्यों 1/3?
Reply.
पक्का?
The condition दिया है ना. She will definitely receive it. She receives later. She will definitely reply.
चलो अच्छा 1/3. Then what about this one? इसका क्या होगा? To find this one, ये वाला लॉजिक लगो.
One by three कैसा है?
ये 1/3 तो नहीं होगा. Men not received के लिए सॉरी. सपोज करो व्हाट इज, इस वाले पार्ट को डिस्कस करते हैं गाइस, पी एम एन आर एंड डब्ल्यू आर. What does this mean? This means wife received and men does not receive. Wife को receive, if wife receive, then she will definitely reply. And if wife replies, then what is the probability that men does not receive the letter? It would be nothing but 1 minus 2 by 3. That is nothing but 1 by 3. So इसका आंसर हो जाएगा 1 by 3. So numerator would be 1 by 3 into 2 by 3. You only need to find the denominator. And denominator find करने के लिए तुम्हें ये लॉजिक लगाना पड़ेगा. समझ में आ रहा है? लास्ट पर्सन निकाल के बताओ डिनोमिनेटर कितना होगा. अरे guys, in the what would be the joint probability of these two conditions? सिंपल सी चीज है. इन दोनों को सॉल्व करोगे तो आंसर कितना आएगा? जस्ट टेल मी दिस थिंग. 1 by 2. क्यों? See, what is the probability that wife does not receive the letter? Can I say probability that wife does not receive the letter is 1 by 3? ठीक है. So ये वाला पार्ट हो गया 1 by 3 प्लस सेकंड पार्ट के लिए क्या है? Wife gets the letter and replies, but that letter does not reaches the man. Wife gets the letter की probability क्या होगी? 2 by 3. So probability that wife gets the letter would be 2 by 3, and then she will definitely reply, and that reply does not reaches the man would be 1 by 3. तो आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? 1 by 3 plus 2 by 9. तो इसको अगर सॉल्व करोगे तो कितना हो जाएगा? 3 plus 2, that is your 5 by 9. Now you have the numerator, denominator, everything. So you can say 1 by 3 into 2 by 3 divided by 5 by 9. ये सब कट जाएगा, आंसर आ जाएगा 2 by 5. देखो सोचो, समझ में आ रहा है? एनीवन हु वुड लाइक टू एक्सप्लेन हमने क्या किया है? कोई समझाना चाहेगा? अच्छा 1 मिनट ले लो, फिर मैं किसी का नाम बुलाता हूँ जो समझाने आएगा, यहाँ पे बैठ के समझाएगा। टेक अ मिनट। वैसे मैंने ऑलरेडी सोच लिया वो कौन है, बट फिर भी टेक अ मिनट एंड देन आई विल कॉल सम। लास्ट पर्सन प्लीज आ जाओ एक्सप्लेन करने। कम। थोड़ी देर के लिए तुम लोग इससे फैकल्टी समझ लो। वो पेन नहीं चलेगा, ये चलेगा। कौन सी लैंग्वेज में कंफर्ट धीरे बोलोगे तो
The wife received the letter is 2/3. I missed the starting concept, sir. I missed the starting concept of the lecture, sir.
बट थोड़ी मेहनत करो क्लास में टाइम से ना स्टार्ट करो नेक्स्ट वाला जो है जाओ तुम देख उस पेन गिराना तो टूट जाएगा
कौन सा पेन? अच्छा ये इस पे बताना है
पूरा एक्सप्लेन करो assume that no one knows anything about this question and तुम्हारा क्या पता है क्या है इधर देखो इसको समझ में आना चाहिए ठीक है जिसके हाथ में वापस जाओगे
Okay, so the question is, in a country X, any post or letter reaches destination is 2/3. Man send letter to wife, and if wife receives the letter, she will definitely reply. Man send the letter to wife, but does not receive a reply. We have to find the probability that wife receives the letter. So there are two scenarios here. One is wife does not get the letter, and second is wife gets the letter and replies, but that letter does not reaches man. And here in the given, it is given that the destination to reach a letter is 2/3. Okay, one scenario. Are you waiting? Okay. तो हिंदी में बता देता हूँ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. तो so here the destination is 2/3. So the another probability of not getting the letter would be 1/3 because probability is always equals to 1. So 2/3 plus 1/3 equals to means 1. Yeah. So now we will apply this on a conditional probability formula. So here. Yeah. ना है अच्छा ओके लेफ्ट हैंड से ऐसे लिखना ओके
देखा हम तुम इधर इसको
इसके से मैं एक्सपेंड कर देता हूँ इसके बाद तुम्हें पहले
हां ठीक है ओके यहां पर
हाँ so So E1 is probability of destination reach is 2/3 and does not
एक्चुअल राइटिंग ऐसी है,
ऐसे नहीं है सर, उस पे ऐसा आ रहा है।
राइटिंग ऐसी भी हो, फॉन्ट बड़ा हो, ठीक है ना?
नहीं तो मैं फॉन्ट छोटा ही लिखता है।
मैं हमेशा बड़ा फॉन्ट यूज करता हूँ, लोगों को समझ में आए।
सर ये सेंटर में नहीं आ रहा है, इसलिए मैं लिख नहीं पा रहा हूँ। Does not reach 1 by 3. So so here we will apply this on the formula. D by A. So given, and here given is probability of does not reach is here as it is given, probability of does not reach is 1 by 3 and probability of reaching is so A is 2 by 3 and B is 1 by 3. Now we'll apply this on the formula of initial probability. Okay. Okay. 2 by 3. 3 by 2 by the
कम्युनिकेशन काफी वीक है, इसको इम्प्रूव करो, ठीक है? इंग्लिश बोलना नहीं आ रहा है, फिर क्या होगा? जब गुजराती बोल पाता तो रिटर्न करने का थोड़ा नर्वस हो जाओगे, and that वो क्वेश्चन बोल पाता जो रिटर्न कर दिया, वहाँ पे जो कुछ नया पूछेगा। अच्छा,
So question ये है कि in a country X any post reaches destination, उसका probability दिया है कि 2/3। यदि मैं यहाँ से लेटर लिखता हूँ पुणे से तो वो मुंबई जाएगा, उसका probability 2/3, मतलब करेक्ट जगह पे जाएगा उसका 2/3 है, और गलत शहर में जाएगा उसका probability 1/3। नेक्स्ट केस में दिया है कि man sends letter to wife and if wife receives the letter she will definitely reply। इसका मतलब ये है कि किसी आदमी ने अपने वाइफ को लेटर भेजा है और अगर वो लेटर वाइफ को मिला है तो वो 100% रिप्लाई करेगी। थर्ड केस में दिया है कि जो कि हमारा क्वेश्चन है, मैन सेंड्स द लेटर बट ही गेट्स नो रिप्लाई, व्हाट इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट वाइफ रिसीव्ड द लेटर। मींस आदमी ने लेटर भेजा है बट उसको रिप्लाई नहीं आया, तो इसमें अगर हम सोचेंगे तो इसमें भी दो कंडीशंस होंगे कि रिप्लाई क्यों नहीं है, या तो वो लेटर वाइफ को मिला ही नहीं क्योंकि गलत सिटी में गया हो, दूसरा कंडीशन है कि लेटर मिला वाइफ को बट देन वाइफ ने जब भेजा लेटर वो किसी और शहर में चला गया, आदमी को मिले। तो ये दो कंडीशंस हम कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी में यूज करेंगे। तो इसमें हमें पहले तो आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि ए क्या होगा और बी क्या होगा। तो जैसा कि पहले इसमें लिखा है, आपको वाइफ डज नॉट गेट द लेटर, ये प्रोबेबिलिटी जिसको हम पी ए से डिनोट करेंगे, और वाइफ गेट्स द लेटर एंड रिप्लाइज बट देन द मैन डजंट गेट्स द लेटर, ये हमारा बी हो जाए। तो एक एक पार्ट को हम इंडिविजुअली कैलकुलेट करेंगे पहले। तो जो कंडीशनल प्रोबेबिलिटी का फॉर्मूला है पी ए अपॉन बी इज इक्वल टू पी ए प्लस पी बी अपॉन ए अपॉन पी ऑफ बी। तो पहले तो प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ ए कैलकुलेट करेंगे। तो कहाँ गया? चल रहा नहीं है।
Probability of A.
नहीं लिखते तो
समझ में आया तुम्हें क्वेश्चन? ठीक है, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन। एनीवन एल्स वुड लाइक टू एक्सप्लेन? इसको लगता है बहुत अच्छे से आता है। सोचो तुम अपना कम्युनिकेशन इंप्रूव करने का एक चांस ले लो। एनीवन आना चाहोगे? अरे मोस्ट वेलकम, कम। ऐसे लोग मुझे अच्छे लगते हैं जो अपने से सामने से आते हैं। ठीक है, कम। देखो इधर आओ। दो पेन विंडो ओपन कर दिया। ठीक है, ये ब्लैंक है क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे। ठीक है, तुम्हारा चॉइस है यहाँ पे एक्सप्लेन करना चाहो या यहाँ। ठीक है, जैसा एक 5 मिनट जैसा करना चाहते हैं। पहले क्वेश्चन एक्सप्लेन कैसे।
Actually, question है कि in a country, post letter reaches destination is 2/3. So a man sends letter to his wife, and if wife receives the letter, she will definitely reply. मतलब वाइफ को अगर लेटर मिला तो 100% वो रिप्लाई देने वाली. And man sends letter to wife but does not receive a reply. What is the probability of wife receives the letter? So here we have to find what is A and what is B. So if we look at the problem, we get to know that A is nothing but wife receives the letter, and B is nothing but man does not receive the letter. So here as in a country, the letter reaches the destination is 2/3. So PA is nothing but 2/3. And PB is man does not receive the letter. So there are two scenarios which man does not receive the letter. There are two conditions. First one is if wife does not receive the letter, obviously she will not reply. And second is wife gets the letter, but the reply does not get to the man. So these are two conditions. So first of all, we can take first condition. Wife does not get the letter. As we have already explained that letter reaches the destination is probability is 2/3. So 1 minus 2/3 is equal to 1/3. So wife does not receive the letter, has probability of 1/3. And second condition is what? Wife gets the letter. So wife gets the letter has probability 2/3. And reply, and she even did reply, but the letter does not receive to the man, has probability 2/3 minus 1 minus 2/3. So we get 1/3. So from that we can calculate 1/3, 2/3 plus into 1/3. So from this we can solve 1/3 into 2/3, which is equal to cross multiplication 3/3 plus 2 divided by 9, which is equal to 5/9. So we get probability of B, that is man does not receive the letter, is equal to 5/9. And P of women receives the letter is equal to 2/3. So now putting this in formula, we will get probability of MNR divided by women receives plus probability of women receives divided by probability of man does not receive. So by putting the values, we got to know that 1/3 into here women receives is 2/3 divided by 5/9, which is equal to 3 1 3 3 is a cut. So we will get the answer 2/5 is the final answer.
वापस समझाना चाहोगे? नहीं समझ में आया? नहीं समझ में आया? समझा लेकिन समझाना नहीं चाहते या नहीं समझा? नहीं समझा? कोई और जना प्लीज से समझाना। क्या चीज नहीं समझा वो समझाओ। तो वो बोलना नहीं समझा, समझाओ। अच्छा हिंदी में समझाओ, क्या समझा? वहीं से बैठे बैठे समझो। But does not reply, does not receive the letter. हाँ, फिर से बोलो। ओके, ओके। 2/5, 2/5 तो फाइनल आंसर हो गया। तुम रात में सोए थे? चलो वापस देखो गाइस, आई डोंट नो इतना सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन को करने में क्यों इतना टाइम लग रहा है। अगेन लेट मी टेक दिस अप। ओके, सो ना इन अ कंट्री एनी लेटर रीचेस अ डेस्टिनेशन 2/3, ठीक है। सो प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट letter is received is 2/3. I hope लोगों के माइंड में इतना चीज क्लियर है that letter receiving or not receiving is like tossing the coin. You receive one letter and you do not receive another letter. Both the events are independent. उसमें कोई relation नहीं है, right? ठीक है? So if probability of receiving is 2/3, then probability of not receiving would be 1 minus 2/3. That is your 1/3. Okay. Man sends the letter to the wife, and if wife receives a letter, she will definitely reply. Man sends the letter to the wife but does not receive the reply. What is the probability that wife received the letter? So, man not receiving the reply. Man not receiving the reply. There can be two scenarios. जो मैंने यहाँ पे लिखा था, I am writing it once more. Wife does not gets the letter or receives the letter. ठीक है? What would be this probability? This probability is nothing but 1/3. Second scenario, wife gets, but man does not get the reply. So wife gets the letter, probability would be 2/3. Then if wife gets the letter, she will definitely send the reply. But that reply is again a letter only. तो उसके receive होने ना होने की probability would again be independent. So it would be 1/3. So 2/3 into 1/3 कितना हो जाएगा? 2/9 plus ये 1/3. Am I right? तो इसको solve करते हो आंसर कितना आएगा? 9 LCM हो जाएगा. 2 plus 3, that is your 5/9. Simple. Now P A by B. What is A over here? And what is B over here? So I am saying man sends the letter to the wife but does not receive a reply. What is the probability that wife received? So A would be WR, wife received, and B would be man not received. So PWR divided by PMNR. So इसको हम लोग लिख देंगे PMNR and WR, wife received, into PWR upon PMNR. MNR is man not received. Man को लेटर किस सिनेरियो में रिसीव नहीं होगा? 5/9. And P wife received. Wife receiving a letter is probability. Wife is just like any letter. I'm sorry, not like any letter, but wife receiving a letter or not receiving a letter, probability is same of any letter being received. So that is your 2/3. And what is this? This is wife received and man not received. Wife received and man not received is probability of any letter being not received. So 1/3 into 2/3 divided by 5/9. जो भी आंसर आए ये कट जाएगा, 2/5 आंसर आ जाएगा. ठीक है, चलो लेट्स टेक टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Okay, so a portfolio manager holds 3 bonds in the portfolio. ठीक है? In a given year, probability that bond will default is 15%. Default means वो bond reject हो जाएगा. ठीक है? Default का मतलब समझ में आता है? Loan gets defaulter. Those who are not able to repay the loan or bonds complete नहीं होता ना? Defaulter word से याद रखो. The bond will default is 15%. ठीक है? Probability of default is independent. What does this line means? Probability of default is independent. What do you mean by independent? Bhul jao your maths. What does independent means? It will not depend upon the outcome. Not depend upon the outcome. कोई example ले सकते हो independent event? What do you mean by independent events? Throwing throwing dice, okay, how is it independent? Bolo 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 bolo.
If we want to calculate the probability of getting a will not depend on the previous.
हाँ, so दो वर्ड्स होते हैं, independent and mutually exclusive. इन दोनों में डिफरेंस पता है? What is independent and what is mutually exclusive? क्या होता है? Okay. Example? अच्छा, for time being, forget about probability. What does mutually exclusive means in English? English में तो तुम लोग मुझसे अच्छे हो कि नहीं? What does mutually exclusive means in English? वही exact meaning probability में भी आएगा. दूसरों से अलग. अच्छा.
Sir, being related such that each excludes and precludes the other incompatible.
Can you again repeat? I missed what you were saying.
Sir, mutually exclusive means it is related to related such that it can exclude or precludes the other incompatible.
Okay, ठीक है. Not very correct. See guys, I don't know तुम लोग इतना confused क्यों होते हो life में? Independent and mutually exclusive. So mutually exclusive means, so for example, the mutually exclusive means, let's say there are two events, and if these two events, ध्यान से सुनना, if these two events are, let's say there are two events A and B. If A and B are mutually exclusive, it means they cannot occur at the same time. They cannot occur at same time. एक मैदान में दो तलवार जैसे समझ लो. They cannot occur at same time. The best example is you toss a coin. So either you will get head or you will get tail. You cannot get both of them. तो ये example हो गया mutually exclusive का. समझ में आ रहा है? You throw a dice, so either you will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. Now what is independent event? Mutually exclusive का best example is toss of the coin. Tossing the coin. But when you toss the coin second time, then it is mutually exclusive also and independent also. Why? Because next time, second time you will get head or tail. It has no dependency whether you previously got head or tail. समझ में आ रहा है? तुम आज क्लास में लेट आए हो तो क्या कल भी लेट आओगे? इज इट डिपेंडेंट? बताओ. ठीक है. So independent and mutually exclusive. Mutually exclusive means both the events cannot happen together. ठीक है. या तो क्लास में सो गए या समझ में आएगा. ठीक है. So those two are, सोना and समझना are mutually exclusive. ठीक है. What is independent? Independent is, let's say you toss the coin 2 times. So first time, let's say you got head. So second time getting head or tail doesn't depend upon whether you got the first time head or tail. So it means it is independent. ठीक है. Keep that thing in mind. And वो question कहाँ गया? ये question. A portfolio manager holds 3 bonds in the portfolio. In a given year, probability that bond will default is 15%. Probability of default is independent. It means all the 3 can also default. 1 can also default. 2 can also default. And none of them can default. ठीक है. किसी एक के default होने से दूसरे पे कोई फर्क नहीं आएगा. ठीक है. What is the probability that exactly 2 bonds will default in a given year? अगर पोर्टफोलियो से प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है तो समझ लो 3 लड़के हैं, हर एक के फेल होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी 15% है. देन व्हाट इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट 2 विल फेल? अब समझ में आ रहा है? अब प्लीज करो. आई होप क्वेश्चन इज क्लियर. आंसर तो बात की बात है. Is it a question of conditional probability? सोचो. I want answer from these two, you two people. तुम लोग का कोई आंसर नहीं आया. Is it a question of conditional probability? Answer is no. इस बार ये conditional probability का नहीं है. मैंने purposefully example change कर दिया ताकि माइंड के जो वायर्स हैं वो थोड़ा डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएं. आप प्लीज सॉल्व करो. जैसे ही लगेगा आने लग गया है मैं पढ़ना चेंज कर दूंगा. It's not conditional probability, but solve कर सकते हैं ना. हम उसको करो. इसमें वही NCR वाला फॉर्मूला लगेगा. Yes. So one person has done and done it rightly. But किसी को दिखाओ नहीं. Let others try. Let others try. Anyone else who has solved this? Okay, so let me take this up. Anyone who would like to explain? बताना चाहोगे? आओ। कम। ठीक है। ऐसा एक्सप्लेन करो कि लोगों को उसमें लिखा है क्या? मुझे properties are independent, but probability of any default is 15% ना? तो जहाँ half है वहाँ पे 15 आएगा. If probability of default is 15%, then not defaulting is 85%. 0.15 and 0.85.
तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि एक पोर्टफोलियो मैनेजर के पास 3 बॉन्ड है, उसमें से प्रोबेबिलिटी दैट द बॉन्ड विल डिफॉल्ट which means the bond will fail is given as 15%, which is equal to 0.15, and probability of default is independent. What is the probability that exactly 2 bonds will default? So if you can recall, we have covered this example in the previous lectures. Here it is mentioned that we need to calculate exactly 2 bonds, not 3, not 1, exactly 2. So R would be the number of outcomes that we are interested in. So R would be 2. N is the total number of outcomes. So here in this case, we have 3 bonds. So out of 3, any 2 bonds can fail. That's why we have used this formula of NCR, because we don't know which bond will fail or which bond which will not. So out of 3, any 2, which means NCR. And in this case, we have N is equal to 3, R is equal to 2. So by substituting them in the formula, we get the result as, and P is the probability of event happening, which means the bond will fail, which is given as 0.15, and Q is the event where the bond will not fail. So that would be 1 minus 0.15, which is 0.85. And by substituting those values in the formula, we get हाँ 80
explain कर दिया, मेरी जरूरत नहीं, but फिर those who are joined online probably. Now, see, a portfolio manager holds 3 bonds in the portfolio. Probability that any one will default is 15%, right? इसको ऐसा समझ लो that let's say there are 3 students in the class, probability that any one of them will fail is independent, right? It would be independent जिसने जैसी पढ़ाई की होगी. Let's say there are 3 bonds A, B, C. So out of these 3, any two will default. So it can be AB also, it can be AC also, and it can be BC also. So what is this? 3 आ गया. Same thing we get if we say 3C2. 3C2 is nothing but 3 only. सबको समझ में आ रहा है? Why 3C2? Because there can be 3 combinations. Whether you say AB or you say BA, this is one and the same only in this scenario. So now 3 bonds are, so 3 into probability of any bond getting default is how much? 15%. So I can say 0.15 into 0.15 because 2 bonds will default. And if 2 are defaulting, then 1 will not default. Probability would be 0.85. So 3 into 0.15, 0.15 into 0.85. Instead of 3, you can say 3C2 into 0.15 into 0.15 into 0.85. समझ में आ रहा है सबको? And whatever may be your answer. कितनी आती है वैल्यू इसकी फाइनल? 0.057. So it is somewhere, अगर in percentage wise, it would be 5.7%, around 5.7% chance that both of them will fail. And this is how you calculate. Basically, तुमने जो करा है ना, तुमने पता है क्या करा है? जो बाजू वाली क्लास में चल रहा है, तुमने अपने पोर्टफोलियो का रिस्क निकाल दिया. ठीक है, तुमने रिस्क निकाला है. What would be the risk of default doing? And once you have a risk, you can have a contingency management. तुम कितना पैसा साइड में रखोगे अगर ये डिफॉल्ट होगा. ठीक. Okay, ठीक है. ठीक है guys. So take your break and take a break where you purposefully have a tea. चाय जरूर पी के आना, because इसके बाद वाले सेशन में we are going to discuss hypothesis. ठीक है. ये एक ऐसा कंसेप्ट है जिसमें इंडस्ट्री में काम करने के बाद भी लोगों में दर्द आता है, तो तुम लोग तो खैर फ्रेशर्स हो. So theory is very interesting, but it will take some load on your mind. थोड़ा असर तो आएगा दिमाग पे. ठीक है, दिमाग पे थोड़ा असर आएगा. But one good thing is not many formulas. Formula as such कुछ नहीं आएगा, ज्यादा नहीं आएगा, एक दो simple formulas आएंगे. But it will take some load on your mind. So keep your mind fresh. ठीक है, एक ब्रेक लेके आओ. कितनी देर का ब्रेक चाहिए? Let's take a break of around 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. ठीक है, so it is 10:30 as of now. Let's meet at 11 a.m. ठीक है, I'm putting half an hour का break. 11 a.m. I'll definitely start. ठीक है. And hypothesis theory will start from today and probably it will end tomorrow. And from Monday, what we will do? Monday we will start with our SQL. ठीक है, एक break लेके आओ and let's start with that theory. Probably this would be the first part of the data science. अब समझो हम data science में enter कर रहे हैं. ठीक है. So I'll go on mute for some time, guys. Those who have joined online. ठीक है. Yes. Okay, chalo, let's get started. So before we start to the next topic, guys, self-study topic is practice the probability at home. Take some more questions from Google Net and try practicing them. Okay. Now, let's enter into a very interesting topic, that is your hypothesis or probably hypothesis testing. सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा है? Guys, am I audible? Those who are in online, please confirm. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for confirming. And see, basically this topic, probably not every time you would be using in data science. So even if you don't know this topic, you can still create the algorithms and everything. But if you don't know this topic, and when you are working in industry, probably you will face a lot of challenge while talking to the people, because this word hypothesis will keep on appearing. Okay? The word hypothesis will keep on appearing, and people will ask you what is the hypothesis, or you have to take, you have to use this word. Okay? And वो data scientist ही क्या जिसको hypothesis पता ना हो, ठीक है? And soon you will realize that this concept is something not specific to data science. It is probably used everywhere in your life. Okay. So this theory is very interesting, but keep on making your notes as and when you go ahead. I will create the emojis also. Please check my hand. Rutuja is unmuted. Okay, thank you. So hypothesis testing. Okay. So first of all, what is hypothesis? Do one thing, go to the Google and try searching what is hypothesis. Yes, search. Do a Google search or koi sa bhi search. Any searching. Try understanding this hypothesis concept. Please be very attentive. Those who are in online, अपने mobiles and बाकी सारी चीजें side पर रख दो. Just focus on the theory. इस क्लास का लीडर कौन है? तुम हो? लीडर से एक्सपेक्टेशन थोड़ा ज्यादा है, ठीक है? तुम पीछे रहोगे तो क्या होगा क्लास का? हाँ, so what does Google says about hypothesis? कोई जन बताएगा? Proposition or supposition? Put it in a little simpler terms. कुछ ऐसा टर्म यूज करो जो खुद भी समझ में आए. It is an assumption. Okay. Assumption based on some reasoning. Okay. Without any reason. Okay. So soon you will understand what we mean hypothesis. So basically hypotheses are of two types. One is your null hypothesis. इसको note down कर लेना please. And another is your alternate hypothesis. Null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. So null hypothesis, it is denoted by the symbol HO. And alternate is denoted by H1, or you can also say HA. H1 or HA, these symbols. So if someone says HO, it is nothing but your null hypothesis. Okay. So null hypothesis are of two types, HO, H1, or HA is your alternate. These are the symbols. Okay. Now, what is so when you have done the Google search, in a way it has given you the definition of HO. उसने तुम्हें HO की definition दी है. What is HO or the null hypothesis? It is the current assumption. Current assumption or the belief. Belief as in what people believe in, which is considered to be true till proven wrong. इसको note down करेंगे सब. Note it down and try to remember it. Very simple thing. It is the current assumption or the belief which is considered to be true till proven wrong. Till proven wrong. That is your HO. Current assumption or the belief which is considered to be true till proven wrong. Now, the best way is to understand it by a few examples. Considered to be true till proven wrong. Till proven wrong. Let's take few examples. Okay, so I'll take few general examples without any numbers, and then I'll put the numbers, and after numbers I'll put the formula. So formula थोड़ा देर में आएगा, probably let's say after half an hour. But let's try to understand it by few examples. Ajay, do you know that आज से कुछ 100 साल पहले, let's say 500 or 600 years back, people used to think that sun revolves around the earth. क्या आता है? Sun revolves around the earth. So some 500 years back, this was your assumption. So it means some 500 years back or 600 years back, this was your null hypothesis. That sun revolves around the earth. Then फिर कुछ लोग आए जिन्होंने ये प्रूव करा कि ऐसा नहीं है. So probably Galileo, Copernicus, whatever. So they proved that. So at that time, the null hypothesis was sun revolves around the earth. But then this null hypothesis, so let's say Galileo या Copernicus जो भी था, they broke this hypothesis. They broke this hypothesis, right? And now what is the hypothesis? So now this has been proven wrong. Am I right? They have proven it wrong. We know that sun doesn't revolve around the earth, but earth revolves around the sun. So for today, आज की date पे क्या है? What is the reality of this time or assumption? So today's assumption or the reality is that earth revolves around the sun. So if this is your null hypothesis, what is your alternate hypothesis? Let me put a definition for alternate hypothesis. Alternate hypothesis is just opposite of null. Or you can say null hypothesis and alternate are opposite of each other. Please make a note of it. Null and alternate are opposite of each other. Null and alternate are opposite of each other. null and alternate hypotheses are opposite of each other. And now if null and alternate are opposite of each other, so can they occur at same time? क्या दोनों चीजें एक साथ हो सकती हैं? Answer is no, because they are opposite of each other. So make a note on HA and HO cannot be true or false at the same time. एक ही टाइम पे दोनों ट्रू या दोनों फॉल्स नहीं हो सकते. They cannot be, both of them cannot be true, both of them cannot be false at the same time. They cannot be true or false at the same time. Okay. Which means if one of them is true, other would be false. If one is true, other is false. एक और लाइन नोट करो. If you reject the null, if you reject the null, it means तुमने null को wrong proof कर दिया है. If you reject the null, HA automatically becomes true. ये लाइन सबको समझ में आ रही है? Simple English. If you reject the null, HA automatically becomes true. Why? Because they are opposite of each other. They are opposite of each other. So it is something. So again, we will come back to this Galileo example. But consider HO in simple term is, what is HO? HO is something not guilty till proven guilty. ठीक है? Suppose करो तुमने एक छोटा मोटा क्राइम कर दिया है, छोटा मोटा मर्डर. Then what would be the null hypothesis? Null hypothesis would be you are not guilty. In this case, you are not a murderer. Why? Because when the case will go in the court and when the court gives the verdict, then only you would be proven. ठीक है? Media trial छोड़ दो. ठीक है? So when the case is about to start, what would be the null? You are not guilty. What would be HA? You are guilty. So if you know the null, you can directly design the alternate because they are opposite of each other. अगर एक पता है तो दूसरा अपने पता हो जाएगा because they are opposite of each other. So if null is you are not guilty, alternate would be you are guilty. Then let's say case goes on. सालों साल चलता है, let's say. Till the case is going on, this assumption would be correct. ठीक है? Now after let's say 10 years, 10 साल केस चला, and you are proven to be guilty. You are proven to be guilty. Then what will happen? HA will become true, and you will reject the null, or you have rejected the null, and that is why HA has become true. समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Now. So always consider your null as not guilty till proven guilty. Remember this line and read this definition. अब देखो ये समझ में आती है? It is a current assumption or the belief which is considered to be true till proven wrong. Basically, what I want to say over here is you cannot simply reject the null. You have to prove it. You have to prove it wrong. इसको अगर हम सिंपल टर्म्स में कहें, you cannot just reject the null. तुम्हारा मन है इसलिए null reject नहीं होगा. You need to prove it wrong. You need to prove it wrong. कुछ तो तुम्हें करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? अगर सजा दिलवानी है किसी को तो फिर you need to get some proofs or witnesses, whatever. Okay. Now, you cannot just reject the null. You need to prove it wrong. So, for example, let's say in today's scenario, what is the assumption? Our assumption is that Earth revolves around the sun. That is what my assumption is. Now, if you want to prove it wrong, तो तुम्हें कुछ नई research करनी पड़ेगी. Whether you may be able to prove it or you may not be able to prove it, but you cannot just reject the null. Any doubt, any questions till this point, guys? So broadly, what I have discussed till this point is I have discussed the definition of HO. I have discussed what is HA. I have discussed what is the relationship between these two. These two are always opposite of each other. Both of them cannot be true and false at the same time. एक true होगा तो दूसरा false होगा. If another is false, if you reject the null, alternate will automatically become true. अब तक दिमाग पे कोई लोड आया? अभी आएगा, ठीक है, वेट करो. वैसे मैं कोशिश पूरी है कि ना आए, ठीक है. So I'll put on take on simple examples, but now let's take some another example. Let's now where these null and alternate actually come into the picture, they come everywhere. Okay, let's say a survey was done in year 2010. 2010 में survey was done to get the mean income of the Indians. Okay. So normally government does that. उसको क्या बोलते हैं? जनगणना बोलते हैं ना? Consensus, right? So let's say it was done in 2010. अब next कब होगा पता नहीं. ठीक है. So let's say it was done in 2010, and so people will go to each and every house, they will measure whatever, and let's say the mean income at that time, let's say the mean income was around, let's say 2 lakhs per annum. Okay. So after doing the survey, the mean income you found was, let's say 2 lakh per annum. After 2010, let's say year 2011 came. Year 2012 came, 2013 आ गया, 2014 आ गया. But in these years, let's say no survey was done. Guys, do you think in 4 to 5 years the mean income might have changed? हो सकता है increase कर गई है, हो सकता है decrease कर गई है, depending upon the economy of the country, how the country was moving. But since no survey was done in these 4 years, and then let's say 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 भी आ गया. In these 10 years, 11 years, no survey was done. Now, do you think income would have changed? Yes or no? Mean income might have changed. Probably chances it might have increased only. Chances of decreasing थोड़ा कम लग रहा है. Leaving last 2 years, जब decrease कर गई. ठीक है. Let's say no survey was done. So in real life, the income might have changed, but your null is still the same. Your null would still be same, that mean income is 2 lakh per annum. Will people agree to this point? That assumption is still that mean income is 2 lakh per annum. Why? क्यों agree करोगे या क्यों disagree करोगे? Income तो change हो गई है. Prove नहीं हुआ. Yes, because to reject the null you need to prove it wrong, and to prove it wrong you need to do the survey. Government ये कर रही है. Numbers दो ही मत तो पुराने वाला number चलता रहेगा. ठीक है. So now you need to do the survey. Let's say year 2022 came, and government finally decide कर लेती to do survey. So when you are about to start the survey, the null hypothesis would be mean income of the Indians is 2 lakh. At the starting, जब सर्वे स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हो ना, तब ये तुम्हारा नल होगा. Then what would be the alternate? What would be the alternate? Last candidate, आप बताओ. What would be the HA? एक second. Let her give a try. Okay, I'll give you one hint. Null and alternate are opposite of each other. ये सिंपल से इंग्लिश स्टेटमेंट का अपोजिट क्या होगा? I want a proper English line. थोड़ा जोर से बोलो. हाँ, what would be the alternate hypothesis? Is not what? पूरा स्टेटमेंट कंप्लीट करो. अच्छा चलो, मैंने क्या बोला था, एक चाय पी के आना, पी थी. ओके, तुम बताओ व्हाट वुड बी द अल्टरनेट अकॉर्डिंग टू यू. हाँ, तुम्ही को बोल रहा हूँ. इन दिस एग्जाम्पल व्हाट वुड बी द अल्टरनेट? इस एग्जाम्पल में अल्टरनेट क्या होगा? यस, तो कॉन्फिडेंटली बोलो ना. मीन इनकम is not equal to 2 lakhs. समझ में आ रहा है? Mean income is not equal to 2 lakh. Now, what does not equal to 2 lakh means?
It can be greater or it can be
It can be greater also and it can be less also. It can be greater than 2 lakh or it can be less than 2 lakh. Any doubt, any questions, guys? Please बताओ. Because अगर कोई बोलेगा सर शुरू से समझाओ तो वो नहीं, अगर नहीं समझ में आया तो अभी बताओ. See, कुछ चीजें, सिर्फ 2 चीजें याद रखो. Null will define the current scenario and alternate would be exactly opposite. And both of them cannot be true at the same time. बस इतनी चीजें याद रखो, बाकी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी. ये 3 चीजें याद रखो, 2-3 चीजें. Now I am saying when survey is about to start, I am saying mean income is 2 lakh. Alternate is it is not equal to 2 lakh. It means it can be greater than 2 lakh also and it can be less than 2 lakh also. ठीक है. Now let's say now you are about to do the survey. अब यहाँ पे सैंपल एंड पॉपुलेशन का एक कंसेप्ट आने वाला है, उसको समझना है. ठीक है. पॉपुलेशन एंड सैंपल. व्हाट इज पॉपुलेशन एंड व्हाट इज सैंपल. ठीक है. नाउ अच्छा, नाउ टेल मी इफ यू वांट टू डू द सर्वे तो कैसे करेंगे? वन ऑप्शन इज यू विजिट ऑल, कितने इंडियंस हैं? 130 करोड़ इंडियंस. ठीक है. सो इफ यू वांट टू यूज दिस ऑप्शन, डू यू नोटिस दैट इट इज वेरी टाइम कंज्यूमिंग. बहुत टाइम लगेगा, हो सकता है बहुत पैसा भी लगे. यू मे हैव टू इन्वेस्ट, मुझे नहीं पता कितना पैसा लगेगा, बट एटलीस्ट टाइम टेकन वुड बी ह्यूज. इट मे टेक मोर देन अ ईयर और 2. लेबर कॉस्ट आएगा, ऑब्वियसली यू विल हैव अ सर्वे टीम, व्हाटएवर. सो this is one option. Another option is you take a sample. You take a sample. So out of 130 crore Indians, let's say you do the survey on 1 lakh people. Now on this 1 lakh people, you will choose. How would you choose this 1 lakh people? You will put some strategy. You may take some people from age group of 20 years, some from 30 years, 40, 50, 60. You may take some people from the Maharashtra, you may take some people from, let's say, Uttar Pradesh or Kerala or whatever. You may take some people from the urban area, you may take some people from the rural area. You may include few IT people, few doctors, few teachers, whatever, few businessmen, right? You will try to take variety of the people. And what you will try to do is you will try to create a mini India in this 1 lakh people. Am I right? Because doing the survey on 130 crore Indians is very problematic. You don't have that much time, money. So what you are trying to do is you are trying to take 1 lakh people. You have taken a survey of 1 lakh people. Now, what is this 1 lakh? This, can I say this 1 lakh is nothing but a sample? And this 130 crore is your entire population. इसको कुछ ऐसे समझो, let's say you try to buy, you go and buy a mango. तो क्या तुम सारे मैंगो टेस्ट करके देखते हो? नहीं, right? So if you are buying 1 dozen mango, then 1 dozen will become your population. And if you are tasting one of them, then that 1 mango will become your sample. ठीक है, इतना सबको समझ में आ रहा है? What is population? What is sample? So testing the entire population is not feasible or not possible. So what you do is you create a sample. Acha, before I use the word error margin, tell me, let's say you are buying the 12 mangoes. So ये हो गया population, and you taste one of them. You taste one of them. And when you taste one of them, it is quite good. Uska taste बहुत बढ़िया है. Now, what is your assumption? All mangoes would be good, but जरूरी ऐसा होगा? नहीं होगा. क्यों नहीं होगा? So again, let me repeat. So you taste one of the mango, and it's quite good. बहुत अच्छा लगा. So you assume कि हाँ बाकी भी ठीक होंगे. Why? Because that one mango you have randomly chosen. So you're saying if this is good, then probably all 12 of them would be good. But will it happen every time? क्या हर बार बाकी 11 भी अच्छे जाएंगे? No, अच्छे नहीं जाएंगे. It means there is some chance of error. कुछ तो error आएगा. Chances of errors are there. Any doubt, any question till this point? बताओ. नहीं? ठीक है. If you are saying that chances of error can appear in mango, then chances of error can also appear over here. Right? So when you have done a survey on 1 lakh people, so you are very cautious in creating this sample. But since this sample cannot exactly represent your whole population, India is a country में तो कितनी diversity, you cannot include all that thing in your 1 lakh people. It means some chance of error is there. ठीक है. Chances of error would be there. ठीक है. Now, okay. Chances of error would always be there. Let me write the line. And not only in hypothesis testing, तुम कोई भी चीज उठा के देख लो अपनी लाइफ में, हर जगह चांसेस ऑफ एरर है. तुमने कितनी भी पढ़ाई कर ली हो, बट जरूरी नहीं कि तुम पास हो जाओ, फिर भी फेल हो सकते हो. ठीक है, कॉपी गलत चीज गई या क्वेश्चन टफ आ गया, कुछ भी हो सकता है. ठीक है. So I will write one line that chances of error are always there. So before I put any formula or anything, let's try to understand कि chances of errors क्यों होते हैं. अच्छा, which is considered to be the safest mode of transportation? प्लेन, फ्लाइट, वॉक, आजकल तो वॉक में भी हो
Walk,
जाता है,
sir.
ठीक है, बट फ्लाइट सबसे सेफ कही जाती है। बट क्या फ्लाइट के एक्सीडेंट
बिल्कुल भी नहीं sir.
होते हैं? क्यों होता है? होता तो है, वो तो हमें भी पता है। अभी आई थिंक रिसेंटली नेपाल में कुछ हुआ, राइट? सपोज करो एक इतनी सोफिस्टिकेटेड टेक्नोलॉजी है एंड प्रॉब्ली द नंबर ऑफ एयर एक्सीडेंट्स हैव रिड्यूस्ड विद टाइम, विद टेक्नोलॉजी एंड विद द लर्निंग। जो जो सिनेरियोस में एक्सीडेंट होते हैं वो सिनेरियोस एलिमिनेट कर दिए जाते हैं मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। बट चांसेस ऑफ, एक एयरबस है लेट्स से 380, हाईली सोफिस्टिकेटेड, ऑटोमेटेड, एवरीथिंग, 10,000 बार वो फ्लाइट कर चुकी है, कभी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आया। बट एक बार वो उड़ती है और क्रैश हो जाती है, क्यों? सपोज करो ह्यूमन एरर नहीं है, कोई टेक्निकल एरर, सो एंड व्हाट यू थिंक, एवरी टाइम इट इज, दिस फ्लाइट इज बीइंग टेस्टेड, चलने से पहले टेस्ट करी जाती है, सो दे आर टेस्टिंग वेरियस सिनेरियोस, बट यू कैन नॉट टेस्ट ऑल सिनेरियोस, सारे सिनेरियोस तुम टेस्ट नहीं कर सकते। You can test only those scenarios which you can imagine. You cannot test all scenarios. So when a scenario, that scenario will appear, flight जाएगी नीचे, ठीक है? You cannot test each and every scenario. So if you do not get an error, it does not mean error is not there. Error तो है, but it will appear when that scenario will come. ठीक है? इसको कुछ ऐसे समझो, तुम्हारा एक दोस्त है, बहुत विश्वास है तुम पे, कभी धोखा नहीं देगा, 20 साल बीत गए, धोखा नहीं दिया, बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं वो धोखा नहीं देगा, व्हेन दैट सिनेरियो विल कम, हो सकता है वो धोखा नहीं जाए, ठीक है? बिकॉज द वर्ल्ड इज फुल ऑफ रैंडमनेस भी है एंड अनसर्टेनिटी भी है, ठीक है? सो अपने दोस्तों को वापस चेक करो, ठीक है? Okay, so keep that thing in mind and let's come back over here. So I am saying that doing the survey on the entire population is very time consuming and very time, and it takes a lot of amount of money. So I am doing a survey on 1 lakh people, but this 1 lakh people, there would be an error, and why error would be there? Now let me write it in a little technical way. Error would be there, or let me say chances of error are there. Chances of error are there because sample may or may not exactly represent the population. It may not exactly represent the population. The same thing, the 1 mango which you tasted may or may not exactly represent all the 12 mangoes. Okay? So chances of error would always be there. Okay. इस लाइन को प्लीज नोट डाउन कर लो जो मैंने लिखा। बिल्कुल बच्चों वाले एग्जांपल लेके समझाया, बट एट सम टाइम आई हैव टू टेक सम इंडस्ट्री एग्जांपल्स आल्सो, ठीक है? वैसे मैंगो खरीदते टाइम कोई टेस्ट करने देता है? नहीं ना। ग्रेप्स तो टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, बट मैंगो शायद टेस्ट नहीं कर देता। बट आई होप एग्जांपल क्लियर है। गांव में करने देता है? अच्छा ठीक है। हाँ ग्रेप्स को टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? चलो, chances of error are there because sample may or may not exactly represent the population, ठीक है? अच्छा, I'll remove everything and let's come back to this thing. Now what I have done is, so I hope people are clear that why chances of error would be there, ठीक है? Now let's say in the survey which was done in 2022, hello, क्या फिर से बोलो? let's say in the survey 2022, mean income comes out to be 2,05,000 rupees. What was the null? Null was it is equal to 2 lakh. Alternate was not equal to 2 lakh. After survey, finding is, let's say 2,05,000 rupees. Should I reject the null? Would you reject the null? I am not using any formula. तुम्हारा mind क्या कहता है? Null को reject कर देना चाहिए?
No, sir.
Reject the null? Okay. तुम्हें क्या लगता है? Reject the null? क्यों? क्योंकि उसने बोला है. हाँ.
सर नहीं करेंगे.
हाँ, so मैंने सुना जो ऑनलाइन में बोला. Let me see the name. Can I get your name? Siddharth. Okay. Siddharth. So Siddharth says reject नहीं करेंगे. So I'll not reject. What about you? Reject or not reject? Not reject. So not reject means you will still continue with your null. Reject करेंगे? हाँ, तुम्हें पूछ रहा हूँ. नहीं, क्यों? नहीं, but after doing the survey, it came out to be 2,05,000 rupees, ना? हाँ. अच्छा, तुम वाला एग्जांपल सोच रहे हो, रेनफॉल वाला. ठीक है, तुम बताओ. येलो शर्ट. Reject. So see guys, if you ask me, I am not using any formula. मैंने error percentage भी नहीं दिया है. But don't you think this 2 lakh and 2,05,000 rupees are very close by? And what about the error margin? Error margin, error percentage. ठीक है ना? So basically, let me talk about this thing. Let's say your income is normally distributed. अब ध्यान से देखना guys. So normal distribution we have already discussed. So let's say your income is normally distributed. वैसे तो income normal distributed नहीं होती, but as of now let's assume. So let's say this is kind of 0 and this is kind of infinity or whatever. Let's say some 100 crore or whatever. Let's say. ठीक है. Now, if mean income is 2 lakh, if mean income is 2 lakh, and I am saying that there is an error margin. Why? Because sample, if this is sample and this is population, then sample may or may not exactly represent the population. It means there are some chances of error. It means if after the survey, if income is little less, can I say that this red line, this indicates little less than 2 lakh? Because ये 2 lakh के left में है. And this next line indicates little more than 2 lakh. And I am saying there are chances of error. There are chances of error. इसको कुछ ऐसे समझो. Let's say again, if I take an example of mango. So you bought 12 mangoes. Out of 12, if one of them is bad, then also you will say, okay, जो mangoes मैंने खरीदे थे, they were good. If 2 are bad, then also probably you may say that it was good. But let's say 5 were bad, then probably you will say उसने धोखा दे दिया. Right? So there would be some error margin. There would be some error margin. A little less or little more, probably you cannot reject the null. So let's say instead of this red line, let me use another line because reject के लिए मैं एक color use करूँगा. Let me use this line. So this is little less and little more. So if the value falls in this region, if the value falls in this region, I will still say that my null hypothesis is still valid. Correct? But if the income, if the mean income is much less, let's say the mean income comes out to be 1.5 lakh, then obviously I have to reject my null. Or if mean income is, let's say 3 lakh, then also probably I have to reject my null. Itna samajh mein aa raha hai sabko? Little less or little more, null is still valid. But if it is much less or much more, then I have to reject the null. In this diagram, do you see two regions where the null would be rejected? दो regions दिखते हैं where the null would be rejected. One region is on the left hand side. Let's call that region A. This A and B. If the value falls in A and B, then we will reject the null. Yes, no, maybe. Yes. If mean income is much more than 2 lakh, then also rejected. If it is much less than 2 lakh, then also rejected. So do you notice there are two regions? There are two regions in which the null is getting rejected. There are two regions in which null is getting rejected. One region is on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. इस डायग्राम को सब लोग ड्रॉ करो, मैं एक स्टेटमेंट बोलने वाला हूँ. One on the right hand side. There are two regions in which you will reject the null. Purposefully वो word hold करके रखा है. So it is known as your double tail test. Why double tail test? Because you are having two regions where your null would be rejected. अब एक word ध्यान से सुनो. Can you notice that there are two regions in which the null would be rejected? Yes. The region where the null is rejected is known as your critical region. इसको भी note down करो. The region where your null is rejected is known as your critical region. There are two critical regions, so that is why it is known as your double tail test. There are two critical regions where the null is rejected. One on the left hand side and one on the right hand side. Since there are two critical regions, it is known as your double tail test. Critical region is a region where your null is rejected. ये डायग्राम इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसका यूज होने वाला है अभी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Make a note, in critical region the null is rejected. अगर इंडस्ट्री में कोई पूछता है क्रिटिकल वैल्यू क्या है, इट मींस कट ऑफ क्या आ रहा है. So Siddharth, what Siddharth is saying is right, but probably you have gone 2 steps ahead. I haven't introduced the concept of probability, but when I'll introduce the concept of probability in hypothesis, probably this statement will make meaning. Clear? Okay. So basically, this is an example of your double tail test. It is an example of your double tail test. Double tail test. अगर कोई पूछता है double tail test क्या है? So double tail test is a test where you have two critical regions, right? And how would you identify a double tail test? Answer is very simple. If in your null hypothesis, if the word is equal to, it means वो double tail test ही होने वाला है. Because whenever you have equal to, alternate would be not equal to. Not equal to means it can be more also and it can be लेस ऑल्सो। ठीक है, अगर इक्वल टू आ जाता है इट मींस वो अब डबल टेल टेस्ट ही है विदाउट एनी प्रॉब्लम। Okay, let's take another example. Acha, guys, do you remember, let's say if I talk about, yeah, tell me. Acha, let's say I talk about COVID vaccines. Okay. So COVID vaccines कब launch हुए थे इंडिया में या वर्ल्ड में भी? When did they got launched? 2021? Okay, so let's say the COVID vaccines were officially launched in Jan 2021. Am I right? ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट ने कोई शुभ मुहूर्त का वेट किया था, आई थिंक 15 जैन को लॉन्च किया था उसने, मुझे याद है। ठीक है, सो 15 जैन 2021, चाहता तो पहले भी लॉन्च कर सकता था 2021, बट this from 15 Jan 2021 people started to have vaccines. But when did vaccines started got trial? So let's say in October 2020 when testing was going on. So before launching the vaccine, pharmaceutical companies were testing also. So in October 2020, or let's say in November 2020, or let's say December 2020, what do you think the HO would have been? HO for vaccines. So let me give you two options. Choose from one of them. So during October, November, December, what would have been the null hypothesis for the government or agencies, whatever? Vaccines are safe and effective. Vaccines are not safe and effective. Very simple, sir. What could have been the null in this time period? First option. Why first option? Why not second option? Well, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but it's who's wrong. So some people are saying Vedant is saying 2, someone is saying 1. What a mixed answer. 2. Karthik and Vedant are saying 2. Not all those who are saying 2, they are absolutely correct. Why? Because null is something which has to be proven, wrong or right. See, if you are saying that vaccines are safe and effective, and I am talking about the month of October, November, and December, if they are safe and effective, then why are you doing the trial? Directly go ahead and start using it. क्यों तुम ट्रायल क्यों कर रहे हो? सीधे लगाना चालू कर दो. So your assumption would be vaccines are not safe and effective. So October, November, December, this was your null. And alternate would have been vaccines are safe and effective. So let's say when government approved the vaccines, then null was rejected and alternate came in. इतना समझ में आ रहा है? Because null is considered to be true till proven wrong. At this time in October, November, December, it was not proven that vaccines are safe and effective, right? And if you are saying that they were safe and effective, then by value testing, you directly use it. ठीक है? जैसे बाबा रामदेव के प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है? सीधे यूज कर लो, ठीक है? वो ये sarcasm भी हो सकता है. I'm not endorsing it, ठीक है? ठीक है? So HA is safe and effective. Now let's put some numbers. Suppose let's say after your vaccine, let's say a pharmaceutical company says his vaccines, or I'll not say his, but let's say their vaccines are at least 85% effective. Let's say एक कंपनी क्लेम कर रही है that vaccines are at least 85% effective. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट का अप्रूवल भी आ गया, everything. They are claiming it is 85% effective. So what would be my alternate hypothesis? Vaccines are, let's say, 85% effective. Then what would be my alternate? Alternate is always exactly opposite of null. Null को पढ़ो और alternate डिजाइन करो. Simple. मुझे proper English line एक सुननी है. So alternate would be vaccines are less than 85% effective. अच्छा, समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Are they are less than 85% effective? Now, suppose let's before I draw the diagram, guys, let's say a company is saying vaccines are at least 85% effective, and now you are a doctor. Let's say तुम एक डॉक्टर हो, तुम्हें whatever company is claiming is not, you are not agreeing to that point. So let's say you start doing some testing. In your testing, you do the testing on some 1,000 people, and you find that vaccine is not 85, but it is 90% effective. So can you impose the fine on the company? क्या तुम company पे fine लगा सकते हो? No. Why? Because वो बोला at least 85. At least 85. So if it is more than 85 also, then also whatever company is saying, it would still be considered as true. Right? Company जो claim कर रही है, भी सही है. Whether it is 85, 86, 87, 99 or 100, you cannot impose the fine on the company, because company is saying कम से कम 85. So anything more than 85, the null hypothesis would still be true. Null hypothesis would be true with 85 or more than 85. Any doubt, any questions to this point, guys? बताओ, इतना clear हो रहा है? उसने बोला कम से कम 85. Now again, if I draw the diagram, let's say vaccine effectiveness. Again, I draw the diagram. यहाँ से 0 ले लेते हैं, इसको 100 ले लेते हैं percentage wise. Let's say it was something like this. So 85 would be somewhere over here. Let's say. So anything in this green region, guys, would you agree that null is valid? Null valid है? But After considering some error margin, let's say this is your, in this region, effectiveness is less than 85. And obviously with some error margin, let's say if it is 84.9, then also I'll not impose a fine on it, let's say, with some error margin. But if it is much less than 85, then obviously what company is saying is wrong. Right? Now, in this region, I will reject the null. Yes, no, maybe. इस region में null को reject कर देंगे. Right? How many and wherever we reject the null, that is known as your critical region. अब दो questions का answer करो. How many critical regions and where the critical region is? You have one critical region. Yes. And critical region is on the left hand side. Agreed? So this type of thing is known as your left tail test. इसको note down करो please with diagram. This is known as your left tail test. जहाँ पे एक critical region and on the left hand side. One critical region and on the left hand side. Okay, so this is left tail test. Another name for left tail test is your lower tail test. जिसको भी note down कर लो. Another name, left tail test, is also known as your lower tail test. Done. Okay. Now let's do one thing. or let me say company making bulbs. Okay, I'm saying company making the bulb claims that at most 10% of the products would be defective. So company is making thousands and thousands of bulbs every day, and you have a lot size. Okay. It says 10% of them would be defective. So now what would be the null and what would be your alternate? Null is obviously very simple. Whatever company is saying, you have to believe in that. ठीक है ना? जो कंपनी जो कह रही है वो तुम्हें बिलीव करना पड़ेगा. You don't have any other option. You have to prove it wrong. So null is at most 10% is defective. At most 10% is defective. And what would be the alternate? Yes. More than 10% products or items are defective. Okay. And again, let's see the distribution, something like this. Let's consider this as 0 and this as 100. So 10% would be somewhere over here. Okay. So now in which region? Region A. Let's say this is region A and this is region B. Kis region mein null would be true? In region A, null would be true, right? Because I am saying 10% of them are defective. So if the value falls in this region, let me mark it in green. And then in region B, let's say, this would be your critical region. If more than 10% of the products are defective, then you will reject the null. If 10 or less than 10 are defective, null is still valid. If 10 or less than 10 are defective, null is still valid. If more than 10 are defective, then you will reject the null. Up over here, the critical region is on the right hand side. So I hope people have guessed this is known as your right tail test. Right tail test का एक दूसरा नाम है upper tail test. Simple सी चीज याद रखो, based upon where your critical region is, you will be marking as your double, left or right. If you have two critical, it will become double. If you have critical region, only one critical region, and it is on the right hand side, it will become right tail test. If critical region is on the left hand side, it will become left tail test. Simple, it is simple. Now I'll give you few tips, which if you remember, you will never get confused. So steps in hypothesis testing. ये steps याद रखना, बड़े simple से steps है. You don't need to by heart them, just create a log. So what could be the first step? First step क्या? Yes, so design or create your null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis. Design or create your null or alternate. So if you know the null, you know alternate. If you know the alternate, you know your null, because they are always opposite to each other. Then second step क्या हो सकता है? क्या प्लॉट करोगे? हाँ, तो उससे पहले कुछ और चाहिए ना? अरे सिंपल है, डिसाइड whether it's double or left or right tail test. Decide whether it's a double left or right tail test. ये पहले decide कर लो. How would you decide? Because you already know your null and alternate. Did you notice in last three example, based upon my null and alternate, I decide my left, right or tail? ठीक है. अब third point. Okay. Basically, I can say define the error margin. कितने error percentage में तुम काम करोगे? Whether it's 5%, 10%, 6%, 7%. So obviously, error margin would be always fixed. Fixed as in whichever industry you would be working, that industry would be having a convention. ठीक है ना? That would be having a convention. Define the error margin. That we will see. अगर point number 3 समझ में आया, just make a note and we'll see. Now what you will do? Prove करने के लिए क्या चाहिए? To prove what you want to do, what you need to have. Test के लिए भी क्या चाहिए? Test के लिए चाहिए data. So basically do the survey. Do the survey or whatever. Get the data. जहां से भी data लाना है, data लेके आओ. ठीक है ना? Do the survey, get the data. Now, fifth step. चलो, fifth step, obviously you cannot tell. Do the calculations. You will do some calculation after your data is there. You can do the calculation. You can find mean, variance, standard deviation, and all those things. Do the calculation. Sixth step. Compare the calculated value with given value. And if calculated value falls in critical region, reject the null. Else fail to reject the. ठीक है. See, you do not accept the alternate of something. Either you reject the null or you fail to reject the null. Fail to reject the null का मतलब क्या है? Null is still valid. Fail to reject the null means null is still valid. ठीक है ना? So I know that people have not understood the point number 6 100%. Don't worry, I will tell you what is the calculated value and what is the given value. When we'll take that example, you will understand calculation also and what is given value and all those things. Okay? But please make a note of these points. Follow them and probably you would be able to solve the problems. ओके। Now let's do one thing. Let's take some examples. चलो, ये एक एग्जांपल है, प्लीज इसे पढ़ो। पढ़ने को बोला है, लिखने को नहीं बोला है अभी। ठीक है, मतलब लिखना चाहो तो लिख भी सकते हैं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। हाँ, यू रीड इट, पढ़ो। Thank you. A company making snacks writes that maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 ग्राम। ठीक है, बहुत से पैकेट्स पे लिखा रहता है ना, प्रोटीन इतने ग्राम, फैट इतने ग्राम, शुगर दिस मच, हाउ मच। टेस्ट ऑफ सैंपल ऑन 45 पैकेट्स shows that average trans fat is 2.1 gram. Assume that population standard deviation is 0.25. Z critical question. So question is, should the food regulator impose fine on the company? To help you guys, let's do one thing. Let's blacken this out. You need to tell me 3 things. What is the null? What is the alternate? And whether it's the right tail, left tail or double tail. ये 3 चीजें तुम्हें बतानी। ठीक है, एग्जाम्पल को पढ़ो एंड बताओ। सब लोग एक काम करो, अपना अपना जो नल है ना वो चैट पे डालना चालू करो। सब लोग ने ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन किया है? राइट दैट प्रॉपर इंग्लिश स्टेटमेंट। नल, alternate, whether it's right, left or double. And do not get influenced by another's answer. किसी और के आंसर को देखो ही मत, क्योंकि नल हाइपोथेसिस है, वो तुम्हें धोखा देगा। ठीक है, अभी तो तुम्हारे साथ बैठा है, लेकिन जब उसकी नौकरी लगेगी तुम्हें भूल जाएगा। ठीक है, और 5-6 महीने बाद ये टेस्ट भी हो जाएगा।
जास्त होते ना त्या बघितलं राईट साईड बरोबर 2.2 पर्यंत गेलं ना ते जास्त हा
क्या आंसर? Let me read the 22 messages. Let me quickly read all of them. एक सेकंड सबको पढ़ लेने दो। लोगों ने इतनी मेहनत से लिखा है तो पढ़ना तो बनता है ना, अदरवाइज लोग बुरा मान जाएंगे। So Siddharth is failing to reject the null. HO is maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams. Trans fat per packet is 2 grams. Right hand test. HO is maximum amount of trans fat. Right tail test. Right tail test. Right tail test. Maximum 2 grams. Right tail test. Maximum trans fat per packet is 2 grams. Max packet is 2 grams. Right tail test. 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 Okay, so I can see that almost everyone has given the answer as right. The maximum is 2 grams. Right tail test. So in this case, इस बार क्लास ने बड़ा अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, सबके आंसर सही हैं, बिल्कुल एब्सोल्युटली राइट। सो इट मींस मेरा पढ़ाया हुआ तुम्हें समझ में आ रहा है, ठीक है। लेट मी रिमूव दिस थिंग एंड इसको व्हाइट कलर कर देते हैं, ठीक है। नाउ लेट्स डिस्कस व्हाई इट इज अ राइट टेल टेस्ट। दो एवरीवन हैज गिवन द राइट आंसर, सो even if I don't discuss, people will be able to, people are still clear, but still let's discuss it. Okay, so I'm saying company making snacks writes that maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams. So whatever company is writing, you have to believe it because they are already claiming it to be right. Now test on sample is 45. I hope people understand this is nothing but your sample. What would be the population? Population would be many hundreds or thousands of packets which are manufactured, right? Assume that population standard deviation is 0.25, this thing. So maximum trans fat is 2 grams. So if I take, are you able to see the paint window? Yes. Paint window dikh raha hai? Let's say distribution is again normal distribution or whatever. So 0 would be somewhere over here. Maximum amount of trans fat per packet is 2 grams, let's say. So let's say 2 grams is somewhere over here. In this region, which I am marking in green, this region indicates 2 or less than 2. 2 or less than 2. So if it is 2 or less than 2, It means whatever company is saying is considered to be right. You can impose the fine only when it is more than 2. So critical region would be on your right hand side. So it is obviously your right tail test, right tail test. And what would be your null hypothesis? Null hypothesis is that max trans fat per packet is 2 gram. Alternate would be trans fat is less than, trans fat is more than 2 grams. More than 2 grams. Okay, so it will become your right tail test. Later on, we'll put the formula also. Okay, इसमें formula भी डालेंगे. Let's take another example and okay, पढ़ो please. आप देख रहे हैं स्क्रीन? So over here also tell me what is null, what is alternate, whether it is left, right or double. ये 3 चीजें बतानी. Again write it on the chat window. So a company wants to launch a new toothpaste with salt and mint. Did a random sampling on some 200 customers and found the acceptance rate among them is 33%. Assuming 90% confidence, help company manager whether to launch the product or not. Acceptance rate of current toothpaste is 30%. Assume Z value. So let me say, even if I remove this thing also, and let me say, even if I darken this also, still you can design your null. Okay.
Yes, sir.
जल्दी से सब लोग अपने अपने null and alternate लिख दो. Left, right or double? Left. Okay. So Kalpesh says acceptance rate is 33%, alternate acceptance rate is not 33%, double tail test, okay. Acceptance rate is, लिख के बताओ. So Vedant says left tail test and yes product to be launched. One thing I agree, ये क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा ट्विस्टेड है, लैंग्वेज पर्पसफुली चेंज है इसकी, ताकि दिमाग पे थोड़ा सा असर पड़े. ट्विस्टेड लैंग्वेज है थोड़ा सा. So Vaishnavi says toothpaste is not launched and test will be left tail test. Acceptance rate of new toothpaste is less than 30%. So Pranav Swami Vaishnavi ने तो बोला है. So whether it is left, right or double tail, Pranav Swami. Okay, ठीक है. So this time no one has given the absolutely right answer. किसी का भी आंसर 100% सही है. अच्छा now सब लोग प्लीज छोड़ दो, अपना अपना माइंड छोड़ दो वापस. Let's come back to this discussion. If I give you one more information, will people agree? आज की डेट में null hypothesis is that Earth revolve around the sun. If I write something like this, let me say it's given Earth revolves around the sun. Let's say ये given. Will this information help you in designing any null and alternate? क्या ये information sun and earth की इस question में valid है? Will this help you? Yes or no? Answer is no. ठीक है, अर्थ राउंड है या नहीं राउंड है या रिवॉल्व करती नहीं करती, इट विल नॉट हेल्प यू इन डिजाइनिंग योर नल एंड ऑल्टरनेट. करेक्ट. एंड सिमिलरली आई कैन गिव यू थाउजेंड्स ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन कि इंडिया का प्राइम मिनिस्टर ये है, प्रेसिडेंट ये है. विल दैट हेल्प यू? नहीं ना. सो ऑल दोस पीपल who are saying that null hypothesis is that acceptance of the current toothpaste is 30%. Will that information help you in launching this product? No. वो तो already पता है. Your null hypothesis should be designed in such a way that you are able to answer this question. And you would be able to answer this question only when you talk something about the new product. तो जिन लोगों ने current word use किया है, that acceptance of current toothpaste is 30% or 33%, उन सब के आंसर तो automatically wrong हो जाते हैं. You at the end you need to solve this question. To solve this question, you need to talk about the new toothpaste. अब 1 मिनट का टाइम और लो, जल्दी से अपना null hypothesis चेंज करो. जहां जहां पे करंट डाला था उसको तो हटा ही दो. You should talk about your करंट नहीं, न्यू. करंट तो ऑलरेडी मार्केट में है, उस पर हमें रिसर्च थोड़ी ना करनी है. आई वांट टू लॉन्च अ न्यू प्रोडक्ट, तो मेरी रिसर्च भी न्यू प्रोडक्ट पे होगी. तुम्हें 10th में जितने नंबर आने थे आ गए, अब उस पर रिसर्च नहीं करनी. अब डेटा साइंस कैसे पिक कर रहा है उस पर रिसर्च करो. And I think people have forgotten these steps. इन steps को जरा सा देखो. See guys, again let me give you one hint. It did a random sampling on 200 customers. Okay, let's say if you want to launch a toothpaste, how would you launch it? You have designed the toothpaste, then you will do some testing. याद आता है कभी लोग free samples दे जाते हैं, and then they take a feedback from you. Sample use कर लो. So this company has taken 200 customers. So what is this 200 customer? Is this the entire population or a sample? Sample. It is a sample. Obviously, you are not designing the toothpaste for these 200 people. You are designing it for the larger population. हो सकता है पुणे के लिए या इंडिया के लिए, whatever. Now, these 200 people are saying that out of these 200 people, 33% are liking your product. But is this 33% on the sample or on the population? On the sample, na? And when is sampling done? Sampling to baad mein aati hai. Sampling is coming over here. Sampling is the fourth step. But null and alternate are designed in the first and second step. Correct? Am I right? एक मेरे तरफ से एक टिप याद रखो और उसको कभी मत भूलना. Never ever use any sample data for designing the null or alternate, because null and alternate तो बहुत पहले ही डिजाइन हो गए. So all those people who have taken 33%, उनके आंसर तो वैसे ही रॉन्ग हो जाते हैं, because this 33% is coming from the sample. इस लाइन को हमेशा याद रखो. Sample thing should not be used to design your null or alternate. अब कितने बच गए? So sample parameter should never be used for designing your null or alternate hypothesis, because sampling is done later on and you design your null and alternate previously. अगर तुम सैंपल के बेसिस पे अपना null and alternate डिजाइन कर रहे हो, इट मींस तुम एक सरकारी एम्प्लॉय हो. बेस्ड अपॉन द डेटा तुमने इंटरप्रिटेशन चेंज कर दिया. ठीक है, कि ये कुछ वैसा होगा जैसे ब्लैक मनी नहीं आया तो नल हाइपोथेसिस चेंज कर देगा. ठीक है, वैसा नहीं होगा. ठीक है. नाउ so this 33% ruled out, 200 ruled out because it was sample. अब बचता क्या? अब डिजाइन करो. अब तो बहुत कम चीजें बची. No, why a product would be launched or not, that would be launched or not launched, you will have to decide that. You have to prove it wrong or right. उसके लिए तो फॉर्मूला आएगा. फॉर्मूला बाद में आएगा. अभी सिर्फ null and alternate डिसाइड करना है. If you are saying product should be launched, then what is the point of doing this testing? Or not launch also, then also what is the point of doing testing? So trial के टाइम में null क्या होगा? Remember the vaccine example? अच्छा एक चीज ये बताओ, लेट्स से एक मूवी रिलीज होने वाली है, तो जब तक वो रिलीज होके 10 दिन बॉक्स ऑफिस पर ना रहे, कैन यू से इट वुड बी सक्सेसफुल और नॉट? नल हाइपोथेसिस क्या होगा? इट वुड नॉट बी सक्सेसफुल, बिकॉज सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए तो उसे मनी कमाना होगा. राइट? सो एट दिस मोमेंट you have still not launched the product. What is null? Null is considered to be true till proven wrong. At this moment toothpaste is not launched, so how can you say it could be successful? Mind में तो यही आएगा ना. Same example, vaccine. If you are saying that product would be successful, then what's the point of doing testing? Directly go ahead and launch the product. Okay. So if you ask me, null hypothesis would be something like this. Acceptance rate. स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रहा. अब acceptance rate of the new toothpaste. New toothpaste as in the toothpaste which you want to launch is less than 30%. That would be your null. It is less than 30%. Alternate would be it's more than 30%. So ये अब कौन सा टेस्ट हो जाएगा, राइट, लेफ्ट और डबल? Suppose always draw your diagram. हमेशा अपना diagram draw कर लो. Let's say this is 0 and this is 30. So in this region, this is what? This is less than or equal to 30. Less than or equal to 30. And this is more than 30. Am I right? This is more than 30. If new toothpaste is accepted by less than or equal to 30%, then what's the point launching it? Because your current toothpaste is already accepted by 30%. So it means you will launch when it is accepted by more than 30% people. So this would be your critical region. You will do the calculation, and if the value lies in the critical region, then the product would be launched. Otherwise, it would not be launched. Calculations we will see tomorrow. But as of now, ये दोनों points समझ में आए लोगों को? See guys, before you make a note of anything, मैंने notes already हटा दिया. Try understanding few simple things. भूल जाओ थोड़ी देर के लिए formula everything. Your null should be designed in such a way that you should be able to answer your problem statement. तुम्हारा problem क्या है? That you want to make a decision whether product should be launched or not. Another thing which you need to keep in mind, whenever you reject the null, so what happens? Whenever you reject the null, you go with alternate. Yeah. But null hota kya hai? Null is nothing but the current reality. Null is nothing but your current reality or the current belief. अगर तुम अपनी current reality और belief को reject करोगे, it means you will do something new. इतना याद रखो, जब जब null reject होगा कुछ नया होगा. अगर हमने ये reject करा that sun revolves around the earth, तो एक नया statement आया ना, that earth revolves around the sun. So keep this thing in mind. Whenever you will reject the null, alternate will come into the picture, and when alternate will come into the picture, something new will happen. अगर null reject हो रहा है, it means कुछ नया हो रहा है. इतनी बात समझ में आ रही है? कुछ नया करने के लिए null को reject करना ही पड़ेगा. There is no other option. ठीक है? So assuming 90% confidence level, all those things, acceptance rate of current toothpaste is 30%. जो current toothpaste है, that is 30%. You want to launch a new toothpaste. So acceptance rate of new toothpaste should be more than 30%. Otherwise, you cannot launch the product. So tomorrow we'll see the calculations. Okay. Any doubt, any questions? Highly recommended that whatever theory we have discussed after the tea break, please सब लोग पढ़ के आओ. ठीक है? And tomorrow I'll introduce the formula once this concept is getting built. ठीक है guys, so I think I need to end the session over there. Right what? लिख लो, स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो. कितनी देर में लिखा नहीं था? ठीक है guys, so with this I'll end the session. Thank you for joining, and प्लीज स्टडी whatever we have discussed. ठीक है, अगर आज का क्लास इंटरेस्टिंग लगा है तो कल का और इंटरेस्टिंग होगा एंड थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट भी होगा बिकॉज I would be putting some formulas. As of now, I have purposefully avoided the formulas. ठीक है, so I'll end the session. Thank you for joining.